Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Ooh, there's a little bit of thing going on here. It's probably because I don't have the green screen that far off. Good evening, everyone. How you going? Nice to see you all. Oh man, what a day it's been. As you can tell, I've not shaved recently. This is as furry as I get. I'm covered in chalk from jumping on a climbing wall. It wasn't mine a little bit earlier, but at least it was good to climb. My climbing wall has finished, but I'm still waiting for the paint to cure before I put any holds on it. Otherwise I'll end up just ripping the paint off. So yeah, I know, I look shocking. I haven't done my hair. I am, like Archbishop said, an absolute hobo. But you know what? I don't care. Tea. Cheers to everyone who has brought their tea. Hacking without tea is very uncivilized. Tonight's tea is Dong Ding Oolong. I haven't had a Dong Ding for a little while, but really felt like it this morning. Tonight. It was good. It's pretty tasty. I think I nailed the brew. How are you guys doing? Who we got? We got Archbishop, Sysop, Atwolf, Serializing, Ruster. Sawcat's on as well. Lovely to see you all. A Dong Ding Along. You know, that is annoying me. Let's see if I can fix it. There we go. Fixed. I have the power. Alright, so does everyone remember where we got to last? We're up to number 34. 65 hours of content so far and another 2 coming. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? So, we actually had a bit of success on the last stream, if everyone can remember. You should try XSplit VCam. I should? I don't know what that is. You might have to explain to me what that is. Ruster? XSplit. I think I've heard of oh, I've got the XSplit thing. I was actually going to use that for streaming Rocket League, but it doesn't support ultra widescreen resolutions yet. That's pretty lame, hey? Allows you to subtract the background without the green screen. Yep. Okay, fair enough. It's kind of like what everything uses, the Zoom and Teams and whatnot have all that crap now, don't we? But yeah. Anyway, it's all good. I like the green screen. Okay, so where we left off, I'm going to jump all the way over there. Back to our virtual machine. This is where we left off. We had just finished getting some stuff going on with channels, hadn't we? We got channels working. We had a TCP client channel working, and there's a couple of things that I really want to do. Teams are still internal Microsoft for custom BG. Oh, is it really? Because I spoke to a client recently who had it working. So, and they're not internal Microsoft. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. So here's what I want to do. Before we carry on, I actually want to test. I want to test something out. You can add a picture. Look at all the hackers saying, "Hey, you can get your own backgrounds in Teams." Gotta love it. All right, I'm just going to kick off another one of these shells. Because actually, what I need to do, I think I've left something open that's making noise. Is Moobot posting the names of songs at the moment? It's not, is it? I still haven't fixed that. Sorry, Atwolf. Maybe I need to reauth it or something similar. But yeah, so we've got a shell running. What I want to do is just quickly test if it's able to handle all of the things. And by that, what I mean is we're going to set up a SOX proxy. So is it 4A? Oops. SOX 4A. Okay, so I'm just going to run that in the background. So now this should have set up or should hopefully support the notion of channels through our current Meterpreter session. But in order to do that, what I need to do I need to add a route. So let's find a, I don't know, any old website. Oh, we were doing HTTP bin, hey. Yeah, okay. So we want to browse to this. So I'm going to add this as a route through my Meterp session. Let's copy that IP. We're going to go route add that IP 255.255 through, which one was it? Session 11. Alright, so now we're telling our we're telling Meterp to route through that session for that IP address, and that should allow us to basically do the same thing through a browser. So I have a browser ready to go, and I've configured this local socks proxy to point to that location. Let's see if it works. Oh, it worked. What's up, Multi? Lucifer, greetings. Thanks again for coming on stream. So that actually looks legit. That looks like it did what I wanted it to do. I'm sure that there's a bunch of other stuff I could be doing here. Okay, so it's the reason why I'm doing this is because none of this should work unless it's going through here. Sessions -1. Channel list. There you go, look at it, it's got a few of them. So it looks like the code that we were working on before is actually working pretty well. So what happens when if I do more? Is it going to continue to function, or am I going to break something? This is just me doing a bit of extra testing to make sure that all the stuff that we wanted to do is actually working correctly. Oh, I keep going back to the Windows machine that I mean to. Looks like it's reusing connections, but hey, I'm pretty happy with that. It seems to be doing exactly what we want it to do, right? Let's do some of this stuff and get it to post back an email address. Here we go. So yeah, it's working pretty well, hey. Stream over everything working. Yeah, crazy, hey. First we were just validating the success of the previous stream. So, alright, well let's quit the browser. And let's see if all of these went away. Oh, look at that. That's nuts. And it's still behaving itself. Excellent. Alright, so what I want to do first thing, now that we know that that's all doing what we want it to do, is there's been a considerable number of changes in Metasploit since I branched this CLR Meterpreter branch. So there are two things that that we could do in order to get up to speed. So hello Pruts and hello little Ponage. Hope you guys are all doing well. So what I'm going to do is I want to bring our baseline Metasploit version up to the latest and greatest, and deal with any merge conflicts. Now, the two options you've got is you can merge master, or you can rebase all of your commits on top of master. Now, I did the latter last time, and I regret doing it. So from now on, I'm just going to do the former. Now, I'm pretty sure anyone who's had painful merge conflicts in the past and is going to love what we're about to go through. But trust me, it's worth it. All right, so first of all, we need to go to master. We have a look at the remotes I've got here. Let's see, I've got a Spencer's repo, I've got B. Coles's repo, work that I've done with those guys in the past. I've just had a follow, TRVRFRD, whoever that is. Thank you very much. And hang on a second. That's not what that was. That was 19 hours ago. Someone has resubscribed. Oh, Barney has subscribed. Thanks, Barney. It's good to see you, mate. Handing over to Will. Good evening, Will. Hope you're doing well, mate. Your timing is perfect. All right, so I'm going to pull Rapid7's master into my current master, which should just operate cleanly, but spew a bunch of crap all over the screen because there's lots that have changed. Brace yourselves. Yep, quite a few changes, as you can see. Now, most of this shouldn't affect us, right? You foresee doom, O ye of little faith. So, next we're going to go back to the CLR Meterpreter branch. CLR Meterpreter. Now, I've got an alias for git m, which does a git merge with signing. And we're going to pull master in. Watch it crap out. Oh, look at that. There's only one conflict. Look at that. This is the only conflict. And what is it? Now, what's going on here? I don't remember doing either of these. We added a CLR platform, didn't we? CLR2. So I wonder what's going on here. Ah, it looks like it's just been renamed. So it's no longer brocade, so we can just do this. And that's the only bit. Yeah. Interesting, huh? So what do we got here? We got architectures, and yeah, we didn't change platforms, so we can just let that go. I think maybe it's because I added that little extra thing at the end at some point, but I'm going to leave that alone now. And that's pretty much it. So let's git add lib msf core payload uuid and commit. Merge upstream master into CLR Meterpreter. All right. Now, before I push that, let's make sure it works. Ooh. Ah, yes. Now we have to do the Ruby version shenanigans. How did I make the rock climbing wall? Dude, that's a big question. That is a big question that I'll happily answer, but not right now. But yeah, it took a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of design, a lot of patience. Yeah, I should, hey. No glue. No, didn't do the glue thing. Alright, so what are we going to do? We're going to go rbn... So what is Ruby version? rbn install 2.6.6. Ah, that's right, it's not there. Let's update all of the Rubies and then do it. Now, this won't take long. So anyway, the reason why I wanted to do the merge thing is because in the past, when I reference Metasploit commits in the history of this whole project, so people can see what we did every step of the way, if we rebase, all of the hashes change. So all of the links that I've set up to existing commits go away. None of those things do what I want them to do. So plus the pain of rebasing means that like every single commit, if you want to sign every commit, you've got to re-sign every single commit along the way. And I'm just like, no, I'm just going to do merges. And if I need to squash those merge change sets, then I have no problems doing it. Pruts. Okay, so to answer your question, I have two machines. This window that I'm streaming from is inside VMware 15. The window you can see right now is my Fedora installation running i3 Windows Manager. And this is what I use for doing the Metasploit side, and then I can flick tabs over here to my Windows box. So they're side by side, and they're both in the same window. So I can flick between machines and you guys get to see everything that I see. And it seems to work really well. Yeah. Make a second one and stream it. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Alright, so with that done, we'll do a quick test again to make sure things are functioning as we would expect them to. And we will push on with more features. Alright, great, thanks. Yes, you're welcome. No problems at all. Come on, don't make a liar of me. Build and install quicker. Alright, Now with the channel related stuff, there are a few bits and pieces that we still need to support, such as the idea of streaming channels and all that kind of stuff. But I'm actually thinking that when it comes to the TCP client channel, we don't actually have to do any more. That's more of a base channel function. And from what I can tell just by having a scan at some of the other implementations of channels in different Meterpreters, they're not all implemented. So I think we will push on, and maybe we'll try and, instead of going to the obvious option now and doing the TCP server channel, we may go and do something completely different like the process channel or the file channel, and we'll see. I'm out mountain biking, can't watch this and shred. Ah, dude, Benzie, you enjoy mountain bikes, my friend. You do. That is definitely a priority. And because this is recorded, man, it's always recorded. You can catch up on this later. I'm actually thinking of doing a live stream channel for rock climbing on my home wall, and maybe even do some outdoorsy stuff as well. But yeah, we'll see. Webcam audio channel. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is. So what I think I'm going to do is look into supporting channels for processors, because that's a completely separate channel type, and from there that will allow us to get an overview as to how completely different types of channels can be abstracted over the same mechanism. That's the plan anyway. Recordings, yeah mate, they're all up on YouTube, they're all up on Vimeo. I recommend Vimeo because it's just better, it's less noise. I fight with it less, but yeah, they're all being archived on Vimeo and on YouTube. So okay, enough talking. Let's do the gem install bundler. Otherwise we can't install any gems with bundler, and then we can go bundle install. I always get this error. I don't understand why. Yeah, so we'll get some rock. I actually, like I said right at the start, I did some rock climbing today at a friend's wall who lives just down the road. And oh, it was so much fun. I was pumped so quickly though. It was great. It felt so good to be climbing again. I actually did a multi-pitch last week on Wednesday. 250 meters, 8 pitches, and then 6 pitches of rappelling downwards. So it was really good fun. Need to do more of that. All right. Okay, so while that's going, let's just have a quick look at the native implementation of process channels, right? Because inside here somewhere we're going to go, we need to be able to interact with channels, and that's quite interesting. So core, I think there's a core channel interact thing. Yep, there is. So let's open this one up. We might even, so we need to open this one as well. So I always make the mistake of opening the file rather than choosing the point where the file is opened. So let's open that up. This one looks like the interactivity going out the other way. And this one looks like the actual implementation of it. We should also have... Is there a Python version? No. Why is there no Python? Interesting. Okay, so remote request core channel interact. So this is what happens when someone wants to interact with us. So that's probably going to be in here somewhere. There it is. Alright, so what happens when we want to interact with a channel? We specify the channel, and we specify whether we're turning interactivity on or off, I guess. So what do we do? If the response packet is valid, yep. Get channel class if it's not buffered. Interesting. Check to see if this channel is a registered interact handler. Okay, so according to this, we're only going to... Okay, so this seems to set interactivity, or calls this native interact function only when things are not buffered. Don't really know why that would be the case at this stage. See you, Will. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. So, 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 okay, we' The other option is, let's have a look at process creation, because process creation is going to specify whether or not something should be channelized. Yeah. So what is that? That is it a standard API thing? Yeah, I think it is. So it'd be standard API sys process create, maybe? I'm guessing. Instead of guessing, I should probably just look. Let's open up Meterp as it's currently sitting. I don't even know which branch I've got open here, but I know I can at least browse the code. Alright, so under standard API, there should be a process. There we go, process. Process.c. Actually, let's have a look at the registration of functions. Railgun. Oh yeah, we've still got to implement Railgun. That'll be fun. Sys process execute. That's what we want. We want a sys process execute. I'll make this a little bigger for you. Okay, that's probably a bit too big. Righto, so when we execute, I'm sure there's a bunch of things in here. We got arguments, got path, parent PID, flags, etc. I don't know what this value data is supposed to be. Ah, yes, actually maybe I do. We'll get to that a bit later on. Desktop related stuff isn't that important at this stage either. We'll come back to that. The remote endpoint provided arguments, combine them with the executable and produce command line. That's pretty simple stuff. Right, here we go. This is the bit that I'm interested in for the sake of this stream. Is it going to be channelized? If the channelized flag is set, create a pipe for standard in, standard out, and standard error, such that input can be directed to and from the remote endpoint. Okay, so that's, here we go. We've got a process channel. We've got write, close, and interact, which is interesting. Allocate the pool channel. Okay, so there's a channel create pool, which I think is similar to what we did with the TCP. Set the channel's type to process. I wonder why. Could probably do away with these strings at some point, couldn't we? That's probably just local. Okay, so allocate the standard and standard. So this is about making sure that we basically reroute standard in, standard out, standard error. Set the context to have the right side of standard and the read side of standard out. Yep, so that's just gluing things back and forth. Yeah, and then the channel identifier, the response packet, and off we go. Okay. Maybe I think it'd be a good job to begin working on this function, this process execute function, and let's get the real basics of it going so that it will kick off a process, and then from there we'll look at channelization. Times like this, you realize how much time and effort. Oh, dude, it's insane. And remember, this is just one implementation of it. There's Metal and Python, PHP and Java and Android. There's so many things, and that was actually part of the reason why I wanted to do this, because uncovering this stuff is important, and there'll be other people doing exactly what you just did and going, there's a lot of crap in here that I didn't realize it was doing. So yeah, you can see here we've got this desktop flag. I don't even know what that is. That must be the name of the desktop that we want to start it up in. Down with Java. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. Java has been tough, although I've had Tim support me with the changes that I've been trying to make in Java recently, and you know, that's a win. Okay, this is interesting here. Hey, why is this locking at this point? We just had another a subscriber. Gombos, thank you again for the sub, my friend. Always a pleasure having you around. Okay, so let's get started with that. All right, let's close all these windows. This is ready to go, actually, so let's quickly spin this up and make sure we didn't break anything. like that. Oh yes, okay, so this makes perfect sense. Because we broke something. Alright, so this is exactly why we do these things. So UUID references MSF payload UUID arch CLR2. Now I would have thought that gvim arch CLR2. Oh yeah, okay. So this comes from Rex Arch, I believe. And the gem version of Rex Arch will now be different. Now remember, we butchered Rex Arch behind the scenes. So in order to fix that, let's go to RBenv. So inside here somewhere, I believe it's under Rex Arch. So we now got 2.6.6 or something, right? Ruby gems, Rex Arch. So it'll be somewhere in here, I believe. Looks like it reuses gems across versions. So let's open that up, which I think will be under arch.rb. Yeah, here we go. So it should be in here, right? And it's not because of reasons. So let's have a look at the older version that we had going on, which I think was it 2.5? No. 2.6.0? I'm pretty sure that's the version actually. No, it's not. It's not that one. I'm gonna have to copy and paste the full path. So we've got 2613, 26213. Maybe it's in here. No, lib xreg arch.rb. There we go. So that's what we need to add to the end. So after R, we need to go CLR2. There is a PR waiting to go. Oh, sorry, some code changes ready to go for this. It's just that I haven't PR'd them. I could probably do that, you know. It's just that I don't see the need to do it just yet, given that it's not going to be available in here. Hello, Morvi. Is that right, Morvi? Greetings to you. We're doing great. We're doing great. Thank you very much. Just hot patching some stuff that should have been working after we've updated all the things. And so now, hopefully, I guess not. I could have sworn that was all there was to it. Let's just open Firefox again. And we will go direct to github.com. OJ, Metasploit framework. Yeah, it is making up for the early success, I would agree. Let's go to CLR Meterpreter. Now we need to go and have a look at lib rex. Where was it again? Lib MSF core payload, that's right. What the hell is this tune? Yeah, I'm not a fan, so we're gonna skip. Sorry about that. Okay, so we want to go to lib MSF core payload UUID. Sorry, UUID.rb, right? UUID.rb. So in here, what am I missing, people? Do I need to add more to that file? Because it's not in there, is it? Methods for calculating. Yeah, so I've got them at the end, which is where we had them before anyway. Oops, wrong button. So we had this here and we have that correct already, right? Platforms. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Let's quickly go back over to... I'm done. Let's go ngvim this again. No, not that again. I'm hopeless. So with that one should work. Alright, so yeah, so there's only one instance of this, and clearly that needs to be defined somewhere. So let's do the cheat. I'm going to go to lib, and I'm going to grep, or I should ag for it, shouldn't I? Let's go arch cbea. There's only two instances of it there. Maybe I've got the wrong Ruby version. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. Alright, so let's vim the gemspec. Metasploit framework gemspec. Rex arch. Okay, so there's no specific version. So what does that mean? If we look at the gem file, is there a Rex arch in here? No. Gemfile.lock. Rex arch is in there as well. Okay, there we go. 0.1.13. What have we got? How did we do that? Let's vim that again. 0.1.13. Okay. So that means that clearly we need to go and hack the right version, because it's got to have something to do with that. 2.6.6. Be upset if it's in here. Lib cd ruby gems. Gems again. There it is. Hey, Insolent Fool, how you going? Yeah, well, that's what I thought in the list, but for some reason I was wrong. So, rip. CD Rex. This is the reason that it's failing. I need it in here. CLR2. CLR2. CLR4. I reckon that's probably going to solve it for us. Code, Metasploit, framework. Come on. People don't want to see me fight with Ruby for the whole time. Now we're cooking with gas. Sorry about that. Alright, I can close this off. Close this off and close that off. Alright, we're back on track. Yeah, 2.6.6. Back on track. Make sure it runs. Okay, we're good. We're good. We are good. Alright. Let's get started with standard API process related shenanigans. Okay, that only took half an hour to get to where we are. Ooh. Sys process. Okay, so we're going to need, excuse me, to open sys process. Sys process execute. Alright, this is exciting. This is going to be a big one, this one, I think. Execute. Alrighty. Now what we'll do is we'll just always do the response at the end to make sure that we're good. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for this one too. Alright, so I'm just going to copy a bunch of this stuff. Actually, let's do all of that. And we will paste it in here. If def, oh no, not if def, if this is not a thing, and if, and now I should be able to put in, oops. That's right, I've got to go to the, it's a different Vim extension, that one. This one's a bit slower. There you go. Okay. Righto, so we are looking for process arguments to begin with. So that's what we're going to need first. So let's go var arguments equals. This is going to be a little bit tedious, but hey, this should be pretty sweet. When we get to the end, we'll be able to execute stuff, which is exciting. Okay, and sing out if you have any questions or if you think I'm doing anything stupid, as always. Always happy to hear what you guys have to say. So request TLVs, TLV type dot standard API process. Oh, we don't actually have standard API process, do we? We need. Is it just process? Oh, here we go. Standard API process arguments. There we go. We do have it. All right. So we'll get the first one. Now, what we'll probably end up having to do is make sure that, you know, arguments are given to us. And I think it's probably going to be worth our while to have some kind of abstraction that will return a default value if we haven't already done that. Maybe we have. Aha! Try get TLV value as string. Isn't that hilarious? It's like we've thought about it. That's basically what we want to do. Oops. Why am I bar? Boom. There we go. I should be using this more. Nah, it's a fluke. I agree. Alright, so we'll do the same with path. So what is that going to be? That's the path. Is that the full path to the process? I assume it is. Okay, so path is actually not the path. It's more like it's like a full path. Or maybe it's like the executable path. Maybe we'll call it that, because that's a little more obvious what it is that we're dealing with. Oops, process path. Flags, that's going to be a D word, I assume. Standard API process flags. What else we got? We can start deleting this stuff as we go. Parent PID. Oh yeah, that's going to be fun. Parent PID. Parent process ID. Okay. Looks like there's some. Okay, so I think this value data, I think here is going to be related to things like process hollowing. So I think we're going to skip that for now and we'll come back to it. All right. Process execute flag desktop. Looking forward to some juicy pin. You know how to get me, Rasta. Alright, so what's going on here? This is clearly current station name, current desktop name. Don't even know what that is. Execute flag desktop. I wonder what that execute flag desktop is supposed to mean. It's not immediately obvious to me. Maybe it's like you actually specifying the desktop you want to put the thing in. Maybe we should have a look at MSF and see what it says. Oh. load the handlers. When you create a process, you can specify the desktop. Yeah, for example, when running in system, you want something to be usable. Yep, agreed. So the reason why I'm a little bit confused here, though, is that you specify the flag of the desktop and we somehow pull it out of the current session. So this remote pointer here has this current station name and the current desktop name. So clearly that's getting updated somewhere. Maybe that's why there's a lock around it, in case of threading related shenanigans. But let's have a look at what we're doing here with this. So this is about getting the current desktop. Request UI desktop get the session / Windows Station desktop we are currently using. So obviously that's being set somewhere. So that's what I'm interested in looking at, right? What do we got here? Update desktop. So there clearly is the means to specify the desktop that you want to be part of. Why would you want to do that though? Update the sessions has to be used by multi-threaded Meterpreter for desktop related operations. We don't store the handlers as it's more convenient to use strings, especially we can't use regular API to break out of sessions. Okay, that's interesting. It's up to the caller to free any station desktop to provide it internally. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. ID of the session which contains the Windows Station that we've specified in here. The name of the Windows Station that the desktop is in, and then the name of the desktop. Okay, so you need to specify each one of these. I don't think I've ever seen this be used. So now we should be able to go .update desktop. It's not used. Really? That can't be right. Isn't that very interesting? So we have this desktop API. It doesn't even have a default, does it? At least it doesn't appear to have a default, which is... This is why I dive into this sort of stuff, because I know that there's a lot of this kind of functionality around the place, but what's actually using it? A null station resets the station back to the original process Windows Station. Okay, so there's this original station name. Where is that set? Server setup. Okay, so we've got something here. Save the initial session station desktop names. Copy it to the thread. Okay, so that's just token related stuff. We'll come back to that. This is clearly some stuff that I've skipped over as part of our setup of our instance of Meterpreter, which we will come back to. But yeah, it's pretty interesting, hey. See, we haven't done any token manipulation at this point either, but we will get to that. Copy the server token to the thread token. Save the initials. Okay, so let's see what this session ID thing here does. What I'm probably going to do is skip over this for now. Process ID to session ID. Yeah, so I'm probably going to skip over this for now because it's not that important for us to just get processes going. We're going to ignore that flag anyway. So, but clearly this has something to do with manipulating processes in different desktop and Windows Station. So, hey Bitwise, how's it going? Serializing. So, if Meterpreter was responsible for calling it, we would see a reference to that function. But clearly it's not being used. Alright, so I'm going to skip all that and we're going to go straight into process creation. Alright, so we are going to make sure that we've actually got a value in both in the process, in the path. So let's go if not string.is null or empty. And we're going to go executable path. Alright, so do we have an executable? That seems to be important because if we don't, then we want to return invalid parameter. So let's go down to the bottom here because we default to successful. Jeez, there's a lot of code in this function, isn't there? operating. So let's default to success and we'll update things accordingly. So if we don't, we'll just go result, a response.result equals packet result dot, what was it supposed to be? Invalid parameter. We don't even have that, do we? Bad arguments. That sounds about right. I'm full of those. Let's go back to process and let's quickly have a squiz at what invalid parameter is. 87L. Bad arguments and invalid parameter are effectively the same, right? Logically. I think I'm going to leave it as that. Okay, with that out of the way, so what are we doing here? We need to go and do the process creation related stuff like what we're doing here. We do some command line manipulation, but we're not going to do that just at this point. We'll skip the channelize related bits and pieces at this stage as well, and we're just going to go straight into creating the process, and we'll wire in the other stuff afterwards. All right. So who knows how to start a process in .NET? No. Rasta, stop it. Okay, so we need to go system.diagnostics.process. We should have, I think, need to be able to create one, right? Create a new instance of a process. Now, there's no overloads for that. We should have a bunch of interesting stuff. Is there the startup info, standard input, standard error, start info. There's start info and there's start info. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to go new process, and we'll use the funky syntax. So we want the start info to be a new process start info with some other stuff. Now I assume there's a few things we can get. There you go. File name initializes a new instance process start info and specifies file name such as an application or document. File name or arguments. Alright, so we should probably just go executable path arguments. The question is, if we specify blank arguments, will that make a difference? I would argue, no. How non-amazing it is when you have Solar installed and they make it generate out of yes, agreed, Rasta. Yeah, we are going to do that. Scugs, we are going to do that, but at this stage, the first stage is just getting the process to function. Let's see what else. Create no window. Okay, so if they decide that they want this to be hidden, we need to specify that. Alrighto, so we want to go var hidden equals request.tlvs.try get value. I assume it's going to be a boolean, but it could be a flag, so let's have a look. Okay, so shall I flag hidden? Okay, so it's if it's in the flags. Whoops, sorry about that, that was confusing. There you go, so if it's hidden, we don't want to show the window, and we should be good. Good thing is all of that's abstracted, right? So process execute flag hidden. Alright, so hidden equals flags. Actually, the flags that come out of here, we're probably going to want to have some kind of enumeration that would handle this for us, right? So let's do this. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to check something. Alright, so inside here, we're going to have a private enum process flags. And we will add whatever it is that's meaningful. Process execute flag channelize. So let's go here. So we're going to need these puppies. Oops. Copy. Drop these in here. Alrighty. Okay. Why not move window out of screen so you don't just... So Escugs, appreciate the suggestions. At this stage, right, the plan is to start with just getting processes launching. And then we want to add interactivity. And slowly but surely we're just going to start adding features. But I can assure you AV is not scanning the screen. If you do something hidden, it doesn't really make a difference. AV doesn't check to see whether flags are hidden. It's going to check to see whether a process is launched, and it's going to have a look at the process itself. So from my experience of mucking around with a lot of AV, that sort of area is not really fruitful. So I'm going to call this process execution flags. Righto, so we've got hidden, channelized, suspended, use thread token, desktop and session. Let's do this. Make them all lowercase. Make them uppercase. Upper. So I need to do that. There we go. Jeez, that's significant. Okay, so with this D word, I'm going to cast that, the flags, to a process execution flags. I should probably check to see whether I put these somewhere else, but they kind of don't belong anywhere else except for in here. Excuse me. All right, now, actually this is really interesting. I need to indicate that these are... Pretty sure that's how you do it. Yep. Okay, so then what we can do is go flags dot. There should be a has flag property. All right, create no window, which is a boolean, I assume. Yep. So if flags dot has flag, what do we got? Process execution flags dot hidden. All right, so if they've specified that flag as true, then create no window should be true. Yeah. Yeah, enum.parse I think has to do with strings, right? Because we're dealing with integers, we've pulled this out as a D word. We end up with an integer. So we can just cast that enum to an integer because that's what it is. And off she goes. Okay, so that allows us to do the things. Let's move this crap down a bit because we don't need that anymore. If the channelized flag is set, we need to do the piping thing. So we probably need to do that in a separate location. So if flags.hasFlag process execution flags dot channelized. So that's where it's going to get fun. So this is where it's going to create a new channel for us. You'll see here that all we're doing is we're associating details of the channel, process channel context. So we just associate the process channel context, which has a bunch of references to other things. So this CTX down here, we're just wiring in standard in and standard out so that we can handle that stuff later on, right? So we'll come back to that. We've already done this. Oh, there's the option to create it suspended, which again we're not going to worry about just now. We're not going to worry about thread tokens just now. We'll deal with that stuff later on. Probably have an abstraction behind the scenes at some point that will allow us to quite easily manipulate tokens for processors and whatnot, so we'll worry about that later. Okay, that's all good. Alright, so there's a lot of stuff in there that for now we can ignore. The most important part, I would assume, is the interactive bit. And the interactive bit really all comes from flags. Channelize, right? Hidden, channelize, suspended, thread token, desktop session. Yeah. So right now we've supported hidden, and we are going to support channelized. Now, before we do that, let's do this. p.start. So we need to go, we actually need to put something reasonable in here. So if we don't start, then we want to go response.result equals, what would it be? I don't even know what it would be if it failed. I know what we'll do. Let's look at the documentation for create process. So when we call create process, it could fail, right? So I'm sure it'll refer to get last error. If the function fails, the return value is 0. And to get extended error information, call that. Now, is there any information here as to why this may return with bad stuff? We want to look at the error codes. Set last error, error codes. System error codes. I wonder, is there like a .NET equivalent of get last error? Without p invoking rastermouth. Aha, look at that. Returns the error code returned by the last unmanaged function. It was called using platform invoke. But you see, we don't want to do that. System runtime, because that's just an interrupt services thing. That's not necessarily going to be set by whatever it is that we've done. Let's just have a look and we'll see what happens. Invalid block, bad format, bad environment, invalid access, out of memory. No more files, right, protect bad. Not ready? Let's just pick one. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter. We just want to basically say we weren't able to create a process. Process cannot. Lock violation. Sharing out of structures. I'm just trying to pick an error message that's sort of indicative of that something could have gone wrong. Process mode already background. Invalid address. Lock violations. Sharing paused. Yeah. I don't know. You funny man. It could be file not found, it could be path not found, it could be any of those things. Maybe what we'll do is, maybe we'll just go invalid function. Because that's generic enough. Might just do that. Open to options, by the way. Let's just go invalid. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to process. We're just going to process this execution and see if we can just launch Notepad. Execute-f notepad.exe. There you go. It did actually work. So obviously we need to get the process identifier out and return that. Otherwise, nothing gets sent back the other way. So let's do this. Else. Oops. So we need to go and we need to add a TLV. Pretty pretty standard. So p dot, I guess there's like a process name or a PID. Get the identifier for the associated process. Response dot add, no, TLVs dot add TLV type dot process ID p dot ID. Should be that easy, right? Cannot convert. What am I doing? Response dot add 10 over. Maybe I just need to go response dot add. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, let's see if it works this time. -1. There you go. PID 12172, which we can quite easily validate. Notepad 12172. There you go. Alright, so we can actually do the things. What error code? So serializing me, the it'll return get last error. So whatever that happens to be, but there's no guarantee that in doing this kind of process creation in .NET that get last error is actually going to get the error that's indicative of the reason why it failed. So yeah, we could get last error and it could return 0. We can't really assume that it's gonna work. John SP1, thank you for the follow. Yeah, which I'm not gonna do, right? I'm not gonna p invoke. Any questions about what we're doing? I don't think that's unreasonable. So, the cool thing is now we're at the point where we can start wiring in our new channel. So now we need to set up a channel for this process. Now, we need to go, let me have a squiz. Standard error, here we go. Gets a stream used to read the error output of the application. Alright, so what I want to do then is create a new channel. Let's open the location of this document, open containing folder. Let's copy and paste, and we're going to call this a process channel. That's pretty much what it is. Okay, so C process, oops. Let's get rid of all of that, and we'll implement this as we are supposed to. So let's just leave it like that for now. There is no argument in the corresponds required formal parameter packet dispatcher. Okay, that's all right. We can handle that scenario in just a minute. So before I continue, I need to make sure that we've added this to our .NET 4 implementation as well. So standard API 3.5 channel process add as link. Okay, there's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter. Okay, so let's have a look at what this does. Yeah, so we need to be able to pass the packet dispatcher down. So all we need to do here to solve this problem is create a constructor, and that is going to take a packet dispatcher. Okay, and then we can pass that down to the base. And we need to include system so that the action looks correct. Alright, so that technically means that we've got a valid implementation of a process channel. But the interesting thing here is in order to create a new process channel, we need access to the packet dispatcher from sysprocess. So we may end up having to do a similar thing to what we did with the TCP sort of channel manager. But But here's the interesting thing. We may need to be able to say, hang on, where are we? We've got a channel manager in here, haven't we? And that's in Metserve. Metserve channel manager. So we need a reference to this thing too, right? Register channel creator. So we need to be able to see, we don't actually have a channel type that we need to subscribe to at this point, but we do need a reference to the channel manager to be able to invoke functions on the channel manager and say, hey, I've got a channel for you to manage. So we've got to find another way of sort of wiring our channel into this. So this channel manager has the ability to manufacture channels based on what's coming out of Metasploit, but we need to be able to wire it in ourselves. Okay, so let's go back to here. What we would want to do at this point, when we create sysprocess, we probably want to be able to say, I want to reference the channel manager at this point because we need to be able to do channel management, right? So let's force a reference to be sent. Create an initialize field, okay, because we're going to need that. That means when I build this, it should whinge that this thing doesn't get a channel manager. Okay, so we're going to need a channel manager here, and we can just bubble that down to the thing that needs it. Channel manager. Now the question here is, in order for us to make sure that all of the plugins that we use take whatever it is that we need to give them. Oh, look at this. Let's not do that. Let's do this. Okay, so we can undo what we've done here. We can still keep that channel manager, but we can't make it read-only. Let's just bubble it in here, because we're going to need this. This would actually allow you to register channels of a certain type and cheat the system by saying, hey, I'm going to allow you to create channels of my type, my internal type. And this is how you would go about creating them. And then when we come to receive a call that says go and create a channel that's wrapped up in this process, we could use the channel manager to create it. So that's a kind of a dirty way of doing it, but I'm not a fan of actually doing it. I'd rather have things externally create them and then associate them with the channel manager in the appropriate way. Okay, so let's just store a reference to that. Channel manager. We need to pass that in here. Okay, so this is no longer manager, it's plugin manager. And this will be channel manager. Now I would prefer to pass this parameter in as part of construction. But given what we're doing here, it kind of doesn't fit within the realm. We would need to pass that in and then register as part of the creation, at which point we would effectively be doing exactly the same during construction. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe down the track we'll refactor this a little bit so that we go more down the path of sort of instantiation is initialization, where we give things at construction time and sort of take it from there. But hey, it's all good. This is enough to get us going, and it's not completely terrible. Okay, so at this stage we need to go and create a new channel. We need to create a new var process channel equals new process channel. Right. Now, because the process channel itself has to register sort of itself with the channel manager, when we did the TCP client channel, you can see that we were created by our own little factory method, right? So where are we? We had this channel manager. So when we create a channel open here, you see we go and create a handler and we pass the packet dispatcher in. So kind of want to do a similar thing to that, but not within the same wiring, because it is actually a different story. So the handler, which we have, the packet dispatcher, maybe we can turn this into a sort of public action packet, packet dispatcher. So we can make it publicly accessible as a getter. Let's make that get and a private set, so nothing externally can do it. And then we can do it this way. Thoughts on that? Anyone? You guys have gone really quiet. Alright, so process channel, we can pass in channel manager dot packet dispatcher. We also want to pass in a reference to the process. Maybe I should not call that P because it's not exactly obvious. Call it process. Oops. Everyone's quiet. It must be boring tonight. Is that what it is? Process channel. So process channel is... You need a process to run and have a channel to exist. No, I don't. So we'll get a system.diagnostics.process and we will initialize a field that's read-only for that. Now at this point we will look to do some wiring. At this stage we know that the process channel is going to be subscribing to events, so to speak, for when things are read and written. So let's see how we can go from here. Close should be pretty simple, right? We should be able to go this.process.exit or terminate. Kill. There you go. Immediately stops the associated process. That makes it easy. Let's just make sure that that's what TCP client channel is actually doing. Close. Yeah, it's just kind of killing things off. So packet result, right, so this is when we get data coming in. So that means if we look at what's going on the TCP client channel side, when we get a packet right, we pull the data out, which we should probably do. Request TLV's channel data. Let's do the try TLV's try get. Try get value. No, try. Where was that try get value thing that we did before? That was really pleasant. Where is it? TLV's try get value is string. Okay. Try get value as raw. So that's an extension method, right? Do we have a raw in here? Yeah, we do. So I just need to include this. Oh, it's already there. Wrong file. I'm clearly terrible. Register. Request.tlvs.try get TLV value. Try get TLV value as raw. Hey, there we go. Okay. That's probably better. And the default there should be null. Okay. If data is not null, then we can do a thing. Right, so what does write do in TCP again? TCP. Righto, so let's default like we normally do. Bar result equals, and then we can just return result at the end. And we will change that as things misbehave. Okay, so once we've got that information, it should come through as a string, really. Is process.kill a good idea? Probably not, but we will come back to that. I just wanted to put something in there that was related to closing. But effectively, if we do close the channel, that's what we should be doing. We should be killing the process off. Righto, so this dot. This is interesting too, right? So when we channelize, and just remember this, if we channelize, then we need to response.add TLV type dot channel ID process channel dot channel ID. We need to give it the identifier of the channel in the response. Okay, so this dot, what are we going to do? We need to get the process, and we need to go to standard in, standard input, and we need to write please give me an array, please, char buffer. So what we're probably going to need to do is just convert the data that we've got to UTF-8. So be system.text.encoding.utf8.getString. Okay, so we can go and get rid of all of that and just specify that. So we can pass in the data, and that should return a string. And we can just write that straight to standard out, standard in. Yeah. What we do need to do is have some kind of event though. So we need to probably just do the begin read on the process. So this dot process dot standard error dot begin. Can we do the begin async stuff? Base stream dot begin read. Yay! So that's going to function exactly the same as the client channel. So when we created all this, which I'm going to go and refactor in just a minute, we create it, and then once we've created it, we call begin read. So I'm going to do the same thing here. So, and that's going to be a private void begin read. So it'll be this dot. Now we're going to be doing it with standard error and with standard out, right? So we're going to go this dot process dot we'll start with standard error dot base stream dot begin read. We're going to need a read buffer, so we'll do the same thing here. Okay, read buffer, and we need to create it so that we can actually do something with it. Okay. Begin read. So what happens when you've got a process in place for this kind of stuff, I think it would be good. It should be Unicode. It should be UTF-8 because that's the standard that we're now employing across all of the Meterps, is that we're going to be dealing with that sort of stuff as Unicode bytes when dealing with text. Until I see otherwise, I will probably not worry about changing it too much. Okay, so we begin reading. Standard error read completed. So here's the thing. Standard error and standard out I believe are going to function in exactly the same way. So if we look at, we've got a new follower, Super Spezzy. Thank you for the follow. So when we channelize, you can see we've got right close. Yeah, interact is something that we need to worry about in just a minute. Where are we at? So we create a pipe, allocate standard in and standard out pipe. So there's two pipes for standard in and standard out. Standard input, standard out, standard error. Yeah, so look at that. The pipe's exactly the same. So we can do exactly the same thing. Instead of error, we can just go output, read, completed. Okay, and because we're doing the same thing here, we've got the old IA sync result thing that we can do. We should probably look to, oh, we're going to need to know which one it is though. Oh, but that's easy because we can specify it in here. If I make this non-static, does it build? I assume it does. I mean, we can still pass this in. But channel basically becomes this at this point. I know I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, but this drastically reduces the complexity of what it is that I'm about to do on the other side. So we'll do that instead. We may have to do the connection closed related bits and pieces as well, but to start with, we're just going to do this. Output read completed. Okay, so that should allow us to read the information, and we need to do this bytes read shenanigans. Catch. Righto, so that's going to be this. Now, this is actually really helpful because in the result, I'm not going to put this, I'm going to go this dot process dot standard error. I'm just going to leave it at that, and that's going to give us a stream reader, and we'll be doing exactly the same for standard output. So I can do the same here, and then on this side we will know that the output stream equals a stream reader system.io. We don't need brackets for our parentheses. And there's our async state, so that we still got a reference to ourselves, but we know exactly which stream it is that we're reading from. So we can go cfm output stream end read, and that should hopefully, oh no, output stream dot base stream dot end read. That'll give us an indication of whether the bytes have been read. Okay, so looking again, that's pretty cool, hey. We might have like a little, is it a bool? Yeah, it's a bool. So var process closed equals false. I'm going to say if bytes red is greater than 0, then we'll do some stuff. Otherwise, I think we need to assume that the process closed is true. Hey Mugu, how you going, mate? Thanks as always for coming in. Now we'll do the exception thing, and instead of TCP client channel to C to TC, we're going to go, what are we, process channel exception. Process closed. So if we've closed the process, then maybe there's some extra action we need to do to clean ourselves up. Maybe we can say if not process closed, we need to begin read again, like we did before. Okay, so if we've managed to read, we need to do exactly the same as we did the other way around, where we create packets like so and dispatch them. Now that's a straight copy and paste, so I probably won't, I'll leave it for now just to see if it works, and then maybe we can do something that will allow us to abstract this a little bit. Try catch finally make more sense there. The irony is that if you put finally here, it's functionally exactly the same. The reason why I tend not to like a finally in this scenario is because if I wanted to do another try catch afterwards, I'd be nesting it. So you'd have a try catch in your finally. So, I mean, I kind of understand why a finally wants to go on here. What I could actually do is call begin read over here, which would functionally be the same. The reason why I've done this is because we were doing it here, and you can see that there is some extra logic depending on whether or not things were closed that we need to repeat. So here, if the connection is closed, we need to actually, you know, if we were not already closing down, we need to go and do the closing related bits and pieces. In fact, it looks like we're going to have to do exactly the same thing here, right? So if we do this, instead of connection closed, we need a closing variable again, because we want to make sure that if there is something that closes the channel off in the same way, that we end up doing the same thing. So what we're going to see here is slowly but surely we're going to see a pattern emerge of things that we can start to abstract and push down into the bottom of the sort of core channel class, and the abstraction that sits on top of that core channel class will do minimal amounts of stuff. So we'll override this. You know, we'll probably have some kind of basic begin read override, for example. Well, no, I don't want to set the process closed as true. I guess, yeah, actually that's well, the thing is, if I was going to set process closed to true in the finally, I would still need to do this check to see if the bytes are red. The reason why this flag is being set in this way is so that effectively what the finally is doing is checking if the process has closed. The reason why I have this flag here compared to what I would normally expect is I would put the closing related stuff in the catch to indicate that things are broken. But because the return of a 0 from end read can also indicate that something's closed, I need to do the closing routine when the bytes come back as 0 or when there's an exception. Hence why I've got this flag that indicates, have we got 0 bytes? have we got an exception? If we have, then we go through the closing routine if we aren't already closing. Does that make sense? That's kind of why I have that abstraction there, because yeah, I'm trying not to repeat code, so I'd rather set a flag to say, okay, you need to go clean up now, instead of doing it multiple times. But yes, this could be in the finally, but again, the finally in this scenario I think is unnecessary. If I had a try finally, that'd be a bit of a different story, because that would forcibly get invoked even if there was an exception. But given there's a catch in there, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay. I'm not making that read only, no. I don't need it. If they stop closing. So if they're not closing, then fire the closing event. So whereabouts is this actually getting set to? Yeah, that's right, in close. That's what I gotta do. There it is there. They stop closing equals true. Alright. Righto, so that means that we're kind of, the indication that we're going to be interactive is a bit different in here. But we're getting close. I think we're getting close to actually having this working. So we create the channel. This native interact though, this is the thing that's interesting to me. This is not my kind of music. This is not my kind of music. So what happens here? When enables or disables interactivity with a standard output handle on the channel. Now why would we want to do that? If the remote side wants to interact with us, schedule the standard out handle as a waitable item. Try to resume it first. If it's not here, we can create a new entry. Okay, so that's basically doing what we're doing magically out of the box now. Right? Interact. So right, okay, I see. So interactive basically says don't bother dealing with the asynchronous related shenanigans anymore. Yeah, okay, interesting. Alright, that's going to be an interesting spin on the current abstraction that we have here, which would change things just a little bit. Anyway, what I'm going to do before I go down the path of allowing interactivity to be on or off, I'm going to make sure that we can actually just do a shell. And we'll see how that goes. What do you reckon? Be pretty exciting if this just works out of the box, right? Shells. Everyone loves shells. So if we've done everything that we should have done correctly, I should be able to type the word shell and we should just see stuff. I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to work. Ooh, check this out. Standard error has not been redirected. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a trivial thing to sort out. So we need to redirect standard error. Process dot. What is this? Begins asynchronous read operations on the redirect. Oh, begin output read line. Begin error read line. I'm going to dive into this because that looks, I mean, we're kind of interacting with the base stream and we may not have to do that. But how do we redirect? Standard in. How do we redirect? Now that's. Yeah, maybe we have to go process dot. can't remember how to do it. Maybe it's in the start info. Arguments, create no window to main. Redirect standard error equals. Okay, cool. Redirect standard output. Now, if we do this process.begin error read line, begins an asynchronous read on the redirected standard error stream. So what I want to know is like, where does that come back out? But for now, I'm just going to leave it like that. Build, run, sessions -1, shell. And let's look at the exception. Standard error has not been redirected. What do you mean? I did it. You can see it. Redirect standard error. So we don't actually... Oh, does this have to happen before we start? Yeah, I would say that... Okay, I know what's going on. So when we create the process here, right, we then we create a process channel, but we can't start the process of reading and writing until the process begins. Kevin Evans, greetings to you. How is it going? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up here var process channel equals default process channel, and then we can get rid of this, and I can also move this down to here. Now what we're going to need to do, which kind of leaks the abstraction a little bit, but this begin read is no longer the responsibility. I wonder if there's something that we can do here. Processed, is there an event? Occurs when an application writes to its redirected output stream. So there is an event for output data received. There's an event for error data received. We could probably do something a bit nicer here, because that means we don't need to have waitables. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Maybe we'll look into the documentation. Thanks for the follow, Kevin. Appreciate it, mate. What I want to do, here we go, we've got this exited as well. So we can subscribe to the exited thing and make sure that we do the right thing there. But what I want to do before I completely get ahead of myself is I want to make sure there's like the equivalent of an on start. Is there a start info? There isn't an event in here. What I'd like to know is like subscribe to an event that indicates when the process has started. Do you know what I mean? Because then if the process starts later on by something else, then we can still get an indication indicating that it has started. But I can't see anything here that resembles that, which is a bit of a shame because that would have been nice. Plus, we don't want to handle the case of starting ourselves because we don't need to do that. We don't need to do any of that. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Absolutely, really enjoy it. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's always good having you guys on stream, having a bit of fun. So so when we got output data received, let's do this. Object sender. Now I assume that the sender, e dot data is going to be a string. Yeah. It's not entirely surprising. What I want to know is the sender going to be a reference to standard error and standard out? Because if it is, error data received, I want to basically point that at the same subroutine so that we don't have to do multiples. Hey, Mugu, thanks for the cheer, man. So that means we can just basically do exactly what we did here in the packet create. Alright, so let's take that out. Chuck this in here. Now, the bytes that we've read, we actually don't need the read buffer anymore either. Because all we need to do here is we need to create so data. The stuff that we're going to send back is going to be encoding.utf8.getBytes or e.data. So that should give us all of the information that's come in off standard error, standard out, and we can write data and data.length. Okay, so that should be more than enough for when we capture input and output without us having to have these async events, which is kind of cool. So we can get rid of this. We can get rid of all of these things. And we can leave the mechanism for closing alone, which drastically simplifies the things that we're doing here, right? Now the beauty of this is that we don't need to call back into our process channel when things have actually started. Let's stick an F9 there, and let's stick an F9 here, and let's build. Any questions? Pardon the little roundabout way that I went about doing that, by the way. Okay, what happened here? Process object must have the use shell execute property set to false in order to redirect streams. Okay, thank you. How handy is that? So process dot use, sorry, new process dot use shell, maybe it's the start info. Use shell execute has to be set to false. .NET's great, isn't it? Isn't that just magic? Oh, you need to do this thing. Does network stream have a concept of endianness? The network stream is just a stream of bytes, Mugu. So it will take whatever bytes it is that you've given on the other end of the network and it'll cough them straight up to you. It is up to you to make sure that you deal with endianness of the data that's coming in on the stream. So yeah, unfortunately there's no abstraction that's going to make that pleasant. But for what it's worth, when it comes to using D-words and Q-words and things like that in TLV packets, we do actually do the host to network and network to host byte order swapping when we put it on the wire. And then it would be up to whatever the target system is to revert that from network order, which is known to be consistent across all operating systems, to whatever the host order is, and that would then be variable depending on big or little endian. But yeah, network order is big endian, and host order on x86 and x64 is little endian, but obviously there are other architectures that have big endian too, so there would be no byte swapping required. Okay, I think we're getting close. Ooh. That was interesting. So it created the process, we created a channel, failed to spawn shell with thread impersonation retrying without it. Yep. Aha! So core channel interact, right, so clearly it creates the channel for it, but it's not interactive yet. So at that point we don't actually want to what do we want to do? This is where the abstraction I think is going to leak a little bit. Yeah, you're welcome, Mugu. Okay, so because clearly what we need to do is have the general notion of whether or not a channel can be interacted with. So our base channel type is going to need to handle that scenario. So we will need here to have a public. Hang on just a sec. Fire closed. Yeah, okay, so we'll worry about, I think we'll worry about this fire closed event mechanism afterwards. Let's actually get the data working first. We need to make sure that the interactivity actually happens. Okay, so we need to go public void interact, and we'll give it a boolean interact. Okay, that needs to be, what we might do is for now, I'm trying to think as to whether we should actually have like base functionality in the channel that will do a default, or whether we should force everyone. I think for now we'll force everyone. Yeah, it needs to be public. We'll force everyone. So we'll make this an abstract method. Abstract void. Okay, so our, it's pretty easy to do for our process channel. You know what? I think I will. Maybe instead of public. Yeah, okay. So by default, we're not going to do anything. Public. No, not override. I want virtual. Sorry, what am I thinking? So by default, we're not going to do anything. Because in the case of a TCP channel, the idea of interacting I don't think makes a lot of sense, and we don't want to force it to go, you know what, I don't want to do anything. So for now, the interact on a channel is just going to be, yep, whatever, we're good. Whereas here, interactive is going to be a different story. So we're going to go, we need to keep track of whether we're interactive. So let's have a private bool interactive is false. Okay, so by default we're going to be non-interactive. Okay, when we're interactive, if we're interactive, and we are so hang on, if right, so if we're not interactive, then we need to start again. If we want to interact and we're not yet interactive, then we want to subscribe to the events of the information that's coming in or out, right? Otherwise, if we are, hang on, we need to get rid of that abstract, don't we? We need to go override. Thank you very much for the follow, Flame Die. I didn't see you sneak in. So if we don't want to interact, and we're currently interactive, then we need to do the opposite, and we need to unsubscribe from all of the noise that's coming in, right? Okay. And then once we've done that, we can say this.interactive equals interact. Okay, so if they want us to become interactive and we're not currently interactive, then we subscribe to the things and we can shuffle data back and forth. If we're currently interactive and they want us to turn that off, then we need to unsubscribe from those events. And that should be good, right? Before we do this, we should say if this.interactive, we should probably, actually no, we don't want to leave overhanging references. So let's go private void. No, don't worry about it. Let's come back to that when that becomes an issue. Let's build. And let's run. No, let's not run, because we need to handle channel interactivity in our channel manager. Because we're going to handle core channel interact. Okay. Now what we're going to do here is tlvs dot try get val add tlv value as dword. I knew I built those functions for a reason. Okay. So tlvs.try get tlv value as string. I should go through and do a bunch of refactoring of that. That's basically what we want anyway. Okay, so with that done, let's take a copy of channel close. We'll come back to channel close when it comes to process channels in just a minute. Channel interact. Alright, so we need the channel ID, and we're going to need a interact flag. Request tlvs.try get tlv value as bool, tlv type.channel. Ooh. Interesting. Channel interact. Let's see what the message is as it comes in. Channel interact notify, process channel interact. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. No, it's not that one. Core channel interact. We've got another follow. CD Fortress 24. Thank you for following. Here it is. Remote core channel interact. So what do we do? Channel set interact. So we invoke this, and that interact flag comes from just type bool. So it's just a plain old bool. Dot bool. There you go. How else? May have weird state in interactive function. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, so if we get this, then we need to go channel.interact and give it the interact flag. Now we could return a result, but I think it's probably unnecessary at this point. Let's set a breakpoint here and watch the interact come in. Now, there is one thing that's interesting about this, because when we look at the error message here, right? See this channel 1 created failed to spawn shell with thread impersonation. Why? Let's see why that actually fails. Hopefully we'll see something in the output here. We also need to eventually handle more bits and pieces that are still missing. Stuff that I've skipped over. Okay, so sessions -1 shell. Ooh. What happened there? Request core channel interact. I didn't even get there. Okay, so channel ID is 3. That's good. Active channels. Oh, there's a... Okay, I am dumb. So once we've created said process channel, we need to tell the manager to manage the channel. Whoops. Alright, so public void manage channel. So that's pretty dumb, not gonna lie. Channel open, so all we need to do is take this out. So we'll go this.manage new channel, and we'll take that out and stick it in here. Obviously this needs to stay. Oops. Didn't mean to rip that one out. Alright. There we go. Minor oversight. Yeah, we should let the manager do the managing. That would be good, hey? Let's try that again. Yeah, the whole thing's dead. Quit. Okay, so sessions -1. Shell. Okay, so we've gone interact. Channel, hopefully, here we go. We can interact now. So interact and not interactive. Oh, there's something else I've forgotten. Oh, no, there isn't. No, there isn't. Never mind. Sorry, ruined it. Sessions -1 shell. Okay, so when we go interactive, we subscribe to the things. Are we stuck somewhere? Did we not return a response? No, we did. Do I need to... Thought you removed constant string and plugin. Yeah, I have, but that pull request is yet to be merged, and it's probably not going to be merged into master anytime soon. So for now, we're going to continue using hard-coded strings, but I look forward to the day where I can refactor. So we're 2 hours in, and we're very close to having an interactive process channel. I'm not going to bed before this is done, so let's make it happen, people. So we did return an interactive thing. Maybe like if, oh, here we go. Output received. Oh, what happened here? Standard in has not been, oh, we've got to redirect standard in as well. I'm so bad. Standard output, standard input. Sorry about that. Max Poker, thank you for the follow. Well, let's try again, guys. My bad. Exit. Sessions -1. Shell. Okay, so we know the interact thing kicks in. Channel 1 created. Okay, so we've got this channel interact, which did what it should have done. Ooh, what do we got here? Standard in has not been read. Really? Really? That's fascinating. Why has standard in not been redirected? I could have sworn I just told it to do that. Redirect standard input. I can see it's right there. Okay. Yeah, a little bit confused. Could have sworn that we had done the right thing. Oops. Yep. Sessions -1 shell. It's these little edge case quirks that get me every time. Oh, would you look at that? Like we're kind of... We're not seeing that first packet of information come through. Hey. Let's see what happens when I... Okay, so when we try and write... Okay, so that did a thing. We did actually write standard in that time, and it was fine. Wonder why. I wonder why this isn't working. So maybe we need to look at some documentation. Redirect standard output. C# example. Let's see what other people are doing and see what silly mistakes we've made. And when we get there, we can blame Rustamouse. Redirect standard output is true. Standard output to read to end. I don't want to do that. Let's have a look at what people are doing. Process.start. Ah, using. Is that disposable? That's super handy to know. So we should also go this dot. Yeah, really, that's fascinating. We should probably... That means we're going to have to manage the process outside of... Yeah, I don't know. We might sort of need like a process manager as well that manages... I'm going to not do that at the moment. We'll come back to that. That's not helpful either. Launching process start info. Yep, so we want to do all of that. Here we go. Show output, capture, show output, show output. Process start, big, here we go. That's it right there. We got to do the begin thing. So maybe we need to do that. We probably need to do that in here. Or actually, maybe we need to do it process.begin, and we probably need to do the end as well, right? Begin output readline, because I'm pretty sure there's an end. Process.end. Oh no, there isn't. Bugger. Alright, let's just do it here in the constructor. Do we have to do that after we start? Yes, we do. Oof. Yeah, I don't want to wait for end, mate. That's blocking. We need to have this like fully asynchronous, remember. So I don't want to wait for the end of the process because we want to interact with the process over the network. But I don't really want to kick this off here because the process hasn't started yet. I'm just going to do it in the begin interact. That's probably what's going to make the most sense, isn't it? What do you guys think? Because this needs, I assume this needs to be invoked after the process has started, which is why it's like this. So let's go properties, process start info, process methods, begin output read line. Let's see what the docs say. Begin asynchronous read ops from there. Asynchronous read op is already in progress. It's on the stand up stream. Yep. Stand up the stream's been using a symmetry of examples. Doesn't say whether it should happen first or not, but I'm assuming it will. Sort process begin output read line. Synchronously right. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the process has already been started. Look, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick it off before the process starts. Because I'd really like to encapsulate this functionality in the process channel. But if it doesn't work, then I'm just going to have to do it in the caller. So let's give that a go. Shell. Yeah. The reason why it hasn't been redirected is because it hasn't been started. Okay, so we need to go back to sysprocess. At this point, if we've started, then we basically need to do this. Oh. And we only want to do this if it's channelized. I'm going to put this in the constructor as well. So that's kind of where that belongs. I would really love to wrap this up in the process channel class, but I think it's a little bit gross. So let's just do this check again. And I'll think about how we can probably make this a little bit nicer. Because it feels a little bit leaky to have this in here. Oops. Oh no, that's what I wanted, a new process. But I wanted to get rid of the extra R's. So what I'd like to do is, because we have to start the process after this, and this stuff has to be set first. The idea of channelizing the process kind of belongs inside the process channel. To, like, what we could do here is like delegate start to the process channel. Either that, or even if it's not interactive, we could just kick off the, we should pass this to a process channel. Yeah, that's probably the best way of doing it, hey? So having this process channel handle the process even if it's not. Yeah, no, it's not. That's not how we should do it. Let's leave it like that. God, so many things bouncing around in the head. Oh yeah, work, Concall, you gotta love those. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Is there a stream schedule? There is, but it's pretty minuscule at the moment, mate. So it's usually the same night on same time on a Tuesday night. So it's starting sort of 2 hours ago from now on a Tuesday night Australian time. But I will tweet about it, and I am gonna revamp my Twitch page now that you can put stream schedules in there without third-party plugins. And the full archive of all of the stuff that we've done up until now is all up on YouTube and whatnot as well. So, but Kevin, jump in Discord if you can as well, man. All right, but thanks for coming along, man. Have a good day. All right, here we go. Step closer. Okay. Oh, we've got data. Oof. More data. What's going on? Oof. Operation failed. Ah, yes, of course. When we write... Now, it's given us a raw, which is the channel... the information that's coming in off the channel, I assume. Actually, let's maybe we should be reading strings in this case. Oops. Oh, do we not have a session anymore? Did I kill it? Yeah, I did. Okay, so it's interesting, isn't it? Like we seem to have sent this, at which point it's gone out the other end and then we're done. But I would have expected to see more. Do I need to call begin every single time? That would not make a lot of sense, would it? Yeah, I know. So if we do this in the immediate window, you should see a new line, yeah. No, keep going. Oh. It's pretty funny. So here's the problem, right? We're not returning the number of bytes that we've actually written, but it is definitely getting the data. So let's do call it data. Data equals that. Call that bytes. Okay. And then we can say, like we do in the TCP client channel when we've written something, we need to do this. Response.add length data.length. The question is, I mean, it's given us bytes, so we should actually return with bytes.length, which means we can kind of get rid of that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Nearly there. Can feel it. Maybe not. Let's just make sure that we're doing the right thing by looking at how this works. So rather than doing the interact, channel read, channel write. That delegates the write to whatever it is. Channel write's a buffer, but otherwise it's the write-ups. Okay, so that, excuse me, process channel, interact, close, read, write. Okay, so it writes data from the remote half to here. Yep, okay. So process channel write is what gets written to here, and it returns the number of bytes written by this call. So we need to go native.write. Okay, so that's where they're all set, and then at some point should be invoked. Where is it invoked? Where is the invocation of this function? Why am I looking in here? This is... ops. This has got to, maybe this is it here. Yeah, request core channel write. So this is where the write gets invoked and written comes out. Yep, and written gets written to the length and the there we go. So we need to add to the response the channel ID. Yeah, okay, so that's in the process. So maybe this is where we can do a better job of handling channel write. So we call channel write. Maybe what we need to do is lift the functionality out, because a write expects out bytes written. So bytes written is going to be bytes written default uint. Okay. And then what we'll do here is we will go response dot add TLE type dot length bytes written, and we will also add TLE type dot channel ID, and we will put channel ID in there. So that means that this abstraction needs to have out uint bytes written, and then in both the TCP client channel write out bytes written is a uint. Okay, so we don't need to do this. We can say bytes written equals data.length cannot implicitly. Okay, so maybe we should make that an int instead. Bytes written equals 0. And I like using out instead of ref in this scenario because it forces all of the code paths to write a value to out, whereas ref, it's not forced. Yeah, out's good. Out int bytes written. Okay, so if we're... This is... Oh, what am I doing it there for? I don't want it there. I want it here. Int. Out int bytes written. Okay, so bytes written is 0. And then if this works, bytes written equals bytes.length. Okay, so then bytes written is going to be a default int, and we will... Why are you complaining? Cannot convert. It's because of the abstraction. Yep. Got to change that to int as well. Default basically takes whatever value you've given it and will initialize whatever the default value of that type is. So if it's an integer, it'll be 0. So that's basically the same as me doing this. Int bytes written equals 0. Okay, I could do the same thing with other types like I don't know, string x equals null, or I can go var x equals default string. So they're kind of functionally the same, and arguably it's a matter of preference, but I kind of use var a lot. So I kind of like using the default, and I like to delegate what the default is. And then later on you can say, if this equals the default, then you know you got a value that is the default. So that's just my personal preference. Yes, I do. Okay. Build the things. I feel like we're getting closer, people. I feel like we're getting closer. Still not happy though, is it? Let's do this. Sessions -1 shell. Okay, so we're going to call channel right. Ah. Maybe we should say that things went well. Valent or Valentine. Yeah, I don't know how to say your name. Valentine. I'll go with Valentine. Thank you for the follow. Apologies for butchering your username. Come on, give me focus. There we go. That is not what I was expecting. Ooh. Looks like we've got a new line problem, doesn't it? So, who am I? Yeah, check it out. It's like it's keeping all of the things. Where am I? So, you know what I think? If we have like multiple, so if we go dir, ooh, look at that. So, maybe it's something to do with encoding. Let's exit. What does exit do? Did it kill it? Still got a bit to do, clearly. We're getting close at least to having interactivity with the process, but clearly what's going on here is that we're sending string reference not test. Okay, yep. That's okay because we can go if e.data if not string dot correct is null or empty. Let's only do those things if there's actually information for us to send. Okay, I'm gonna put a breakpoint here, and I'm gonna rebuild, and let's see if we can do it again. Yeah, we do. I'm pretty sure that we're getting very close though. It could just be an encoding thing. It could be that when we receive this information, we don't get new lines, and that we need to sort of add new lines every time. So that's what I'm interested in seeing here. Oh, did I hit F5? No, I didn't. Okay, so e.data doesn't have a new line. But it should. So I'm wondering if like output data received literally just doesn't include new lines for some reason. And we need to append the new line. So if we do The thing is though that what does that mean in cases where there is no new line on the end? Is there anything else in e.data that we can look at? E.dot equals get hash code to string get type. So there's not really anything particularly interesting about this event arg structure. I think we need to just somehow figure out when to add new lines, but I'm not a huge fan, I'm not gonna lie, because it means that everything that we send has a new line at the end, but that's not the case, right? Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, so we should be sending, what do we got now? All rights reserved. Ooh. I still expect to see like the full command prompt though. Let's start it now. There you go, there's the command prompt. Ah, maybe it's because... Yeah, see now I'm appending new lines. It looks terrible. So we need to figure out when new lines are there and when they're not. So that worked. We're still kind of not seeing the current path, yeah? I know, it does seem a little bit strange. I'm actually thinking as a result of doing this that we might go back to our, rather than our line by line based thing, we might just go byte by byte and actually deal with the bytes that come out rather than having the output, which is a little bit of a mess. So like it's actually behaving now, but I'm not seeing the command prompt. Right? Oh, there it is. See, it's like the command prompt is put in front of it. It's not like, it's like the new line isn't being, in this case where the new line doesn't appear, it's not being flushed. I wonder if there's something that we can do to make that happen. Nur Azar, thank you for the follow. Let's go back to the docs for a minute. So, begin output read line. So that just writes. I would assume that we get in data received. Environment.newline plus. So they're putting it first. Maybe, I don't think that's going to make a difference to us. But I get the feeling that the flushing, or the new lines have something to do with the flushing. Is that, I wonder if there's a way of saying, you know, I want all the bytes as they come in. Oops. Come on. See, now that's just dumb because I know behind the scenes there's another line ready to go. See? So this should have been there, but it's not getting flushed. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave this here. And I'm going to leave this here because that's not Actually, no. Well, I'll get rid of this stuff for now as well. Just going to comment that out for a minute. We'll leave this here. We'll leave all of those things in place. Okay, let's go back to our process. And I am going to delegate this now to process. Actually, what we'll do is this. Process channel is not null, then we know we can interact with it. Process channel dot process started. Let's do that. And then in here, I can do a public void process started. And then we can delegate that in here. And that means that we can do our own bits and pieces. Now, I'm going to get rid of this for now, and we'll change it back if we feel the line by line option is a better option. But instead, I'm going to go back to what we were doing before. And we're going to go private void begin read. Pretty sure that's what we were doing. But we have to do that separately for okay. Stream reader. I'll have to abstract it with the stream reader. Reader dot base stream dot begin read. We're gonna need see, we're gonna need 2 buffers, really. Man, what is with the Christmas tunes tonight? It's a bit rough. Far out. Begin read output. Let's do it. We're just gonna have to double it up, I think, just to be safe, right? So we'll get rid of this. This dot process dot standard input dot base stream dot begin read. This dot output buffer 0. This dot output buffer dot length output. What do we do in the TCP again? I just want to make sure my naming conventions are a bit socket read complete. Okay, output read completed. And then we can pass in this dot process. Actually, we don't need to do that because we know what it's going to be. Once we've got this working for standard out, I'll just do the same thing for standard error. This dot, here we go. Sorry about the constant refactoring here, people, but I think it's important that we do this properly and clearly with the separating of new lines. Like, that just seems stupid. Output buffer. And then we'll go this dot output buffer equals new byte. ushort dot max value. Okay. Begin. No, let's leave that in there. Begin read output. And we're going back to kind of what we did in here. So I'm going to do the copy paste thing. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Process channel. We can get rid of that. Process closed. This that closing. Okay, so we need a flag again. Private bool closing equals false. And then, so here we are going to go this dot standard input, this dot process dot standard input dot. Now I'll probably abstract this bit into another function when we've got this working. What is that? Gets the sets of value indicating whether the stream writer will flush its buffer to the underlying stream after every call to write. Is that what we want to do? No. I think I'm going to set auto flush anyway. Gets or sets the terminator string used by the text. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Base stream. End read. Okay. And this would be this dot begin read output. Okay. Okay, with the process starter, we're going to say begin read output, at which point we should be able to do the begin read. And then when the output read's completed, we go through the standard process. Okay. And what we should do is if this dot interactive. So only when we're interactive are we going to be shipping packets out. Right, which is what this doohickey was all about. So we still want to handle all that stuff behind the scenes, but yeah. Reading from other processes input. Yep, that's basically what we're doing at the moment. Let's just see what happens, because I'm really keen to see whether or not those bytes contain the stuff that we will want. Yeah, need to rebuild. Ah, process doesn't exist, doesn't it? Oh no, process channel. That's what we want. There we go. So breakpoint set, let's see what happens. Because we know that writing the other way is functioning as expected. So, yeah, terminate sessions -1 shell. Ooh, stream does not support reading. That's because I'm dumb, and that should be standard output. Let's blame somebody else on that ridiculous mistake. Shell. Okay, so what do we got here? We caught an exception. Either the async result object did not come from the corresponding async method on this type, or endRead was called multiple times with the same iasync result. Yeah, okay. So that could be because of what? Are we doing something dumb out here still? Just that I was making kind of a remote console session some time ago. Yeah, there you go. So this should be in some ways familiar to you. Yeah, it's a little bit quirky. Like we had this working before, but the new lines are being stripped out, and that's just crap. Sweet Archbishop, thanks for hanging around, man. I know this has certainly gone longer than expected, but I told you channels were and are a complex beast. But thanks for joining in as always, mate. It's good to have you, as always. Yeah, for sure, mate. Is there anything here that we can peek, read line, read to end? Things, what I don't want to do is have like a polling thing behind the scenes, because that sucks. Discard buffer data, current encode. It's got a current encoding. Well, isn't that handy? Because that means when we're piping data back and forth, the encoding that we can use, we can go CF8. Let's just do it this way. We can go this dot process dot standard output dot current encoding dot get bytes, and then we don't have to think. That's cool. And this would be standard input encode. Maybe it doesn't have a current encoding. Oops. We'll just use the same encoding that's on output. All right, so we've got a little bit of a problem. Don't know where that came from. It's as if something else behind the scenes is doing stuff that we don't want it to do because we want to be doing it ourselves. Standard I uses bytes and yeah, I understand. That's not the problem that I've got at the moment though. The problem that we've got at the moment is that the abstraction that .NET's giving us is causing some issues. Yeah, we know. So according to this is going to break, which doesn't make sense. It's because the exception is telling me either the async result did not come from the corresponding async method on this type, or end read was called multiple times with the same. Yeah. I don't want to use this stuff. I don't want to use the events because the output data received stuff is chomping new lines. Maybe we need to Google output data received. Okay. Read process and output before new line received. Trying to do something that appears out of scope for blah. Except my answer. Okay, let's see. Solution for your problem is still a bit tricky because it's blocking standard. You can redirect this out to a file and read. Oh, that's terrible. Why would you want to do that? What is this person doing? Oh, yuck. No. Just no. Don't. That's horrible. There's no way. No way we're doing that. Use process.begin output read line can lead to lost standard out. I reckon a lot of people have had this problem, so. Once the child's at the end, if I remove the console just hangs. God. Don't ever read Reddit, man. Like the stuff that people talk about on Reddit is just stupid. Collect lines, the async move flow, blah, wait for exit, now passing, blah. I really want to know why. Like clearly the behind the scenes it's waiting for new lines before it sends anything. And that right there is crap. Because we want the new lines or not. Like we want the stuff to come in constantly. Here we go. Process standard output before new line received. That's what we want to do. Process output data received. Process written a line terminating with a new line character is redirected to the output stream. Which we don't want. We want it to happen all the time. Process output data received event. The output data received indicates the associated process written a line terminating with a new line character to its standard output stream. The event is enabled during asynchronous read ops on standard output. To start async reads, you need to do this. Add to your event handler and blah. Call begin output and thereafter. Event signals each time the process writes a line be redirected. Yep. Okay, so naughty hacking boy. Not really. I don't do anything naughty, I'm a good boy. But I am upset about this because I want notification regardless of whether there's new lines. Trying to do something in PSP out of scope. Oh, this is the same question as before, and we're going to get the same response from this pleb. Is there something that we can do maybe on the process before it starts that says dispatch? Yeah, edit. Stop. We don't want to use shell. If we want to redirect standard error, maybe. Yeah, see, we can't do the begin read thing. Let's see what happens when we do this. I don't think we're going to see anything happen. But the reason why I'm interested is I'm wondering if behind the scenes in doing that, standard out has not been redirected, or the process hasn't been started. The process has definitely been started. But yeah, we clearly need to redirect. Yeah, I've been in a few CTFs. I haven't done any CTF stuff like live for a long time, but they can sure be a lot of fun for sure. This is ball breaking, isn't it, Rasta? Because like if there was a consistent thing going on and we could append new lines where we felt fit, great. But clearly, well, the issue we've got is until we see a new line on the Y, we don't even get the data out. So what I would really like to do, standard output, because there's nothing here at all that I can say returns the next available character but does not consume it. Read reads the next character from the input stream. Read block reads a maximum of count characters. Read line. I don't want to read line, that's part of the problem. I bet you behind the scenes read line is being called. Read to end. Read to the end of the stream. Read block is effectively what I want to be able to do, right? We might need to even just create our own thread to handle this crap, which I'm really not happy about. Ugh. Is there something here that we can sort of wait on? There really isn't, is there? There's the begin and there's the end. Position, there's read byte, seek set length, write byte, and write timeout. What is read timeout? Guessr sets a value in milliseconds that determines how long the stream will attempt to read before timing out. Okay, so whenever in the drive class, sequence bytes, kind of stream advanced position. Yep, that's fine. Alright, so hello, Baldwin of Jerusalem. How much do I know about group policy? Got an idea for some software I want to write. Not sure if it's possible though. I want to make a web GUI firewall style app like pfSense or FortiGate to basically control Windows group policy firewall. So like a decentralized firewall manager, just trying to conceptualize it. Yeah, that's absolutely possible. You can, I mean, group policy stuff is effectively just registry settings, right? In many ways, but there's APIs to deal with group policy behind the scenes, so you could definitely do that. You just need to really get familiar with the APIs. So I would say that's absolutely possible. There's a lot of Windows firewall related bits and pieces already out there from my understanding. Let's try something. So let's try something gross. Because we really do need, yeah, I mean, you don't need to use PowerShell. You could use whatever you like, but yeah, I think there's plenty. Yeah, look, this is starting to frustrate me. I'm not going to lie. Let's just far out. Oh, look, as far as best is concerned, it completely depends on you and on the tooling and what the interface needs to be. I mean, I would personally use something that integrates really well with Windows, and PHP doesn't do a good job of that. But be aware that you're going to face some interesting security-related issues, because whatever context it is that you're running your web application under needs to be able to make the changes that you're hoping your app should be able to change. So the idea of exposing a web application that has privileges that will allow for firewall manipulation and modification of group policy, room for abuse. Anyway, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to do he's talking about Windows, so I mean PAM isn't exactly a Windows thing. An already secure system, is that a thing? I know I'm being a little bit facetious when I say that. Why would that not work? Thanks for the follow, Arts Plunge. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to emulate this on another thread, which makes me a little bit sad. I'm not going to lie. So what we're going to do is thread dot new thread. Just trying to think how this, I mean, it's going to be nasty. It's regardless of what we do here, it's going to be nasty. Parameterize thread start, thread start. Ew. Private void handle process output object state. That object is going to be the stream reader state. So I'm going to go new parameterized thread start. We're going to pass in this dot handle process output. And we're going to go start and pass in this dot process dot standard output. Now, what we might do, we should probably maintain this, hey, this dot, we'll call this output thread. We're going to need to set a member. No, not object. This dot output thread dot start. Now, if this all goes to plan, then you try to put on the CLR Meterpreter side of the output once. Yeah, it's seriously, it's not flushing. It's not flushing the bytes until it gets a new line. It doesn't send any data down the wire. So I'm going to cheat, and it has to work that way because if it like we can't just assume new lines. It could be any process that we're reading the data from, right? So I think assuming that it's text is part of the problem anyway. So let's get rid of all this crap. Actually, no, let's leave it there for now. Man, this stream's gone for a long time, a lot longer than usual. Okay, so we know we're going to be running on a separate thread. We're going to have to handle error states and whatnot shortly. Let's just comment that out for now. Get rid of the errors. Righto, so what we want to do is go while... Actually, let's do this. Stream reader dot. So here you can see we've got nothing here that's kind of nice. We've got this read block, which reads a maximum. What we want to first be able to do though is indicate. So that's the text reader. We don't want to read text either. So I'm going to operate off the base stream. Stream reader dot base stream dot. This timeout. The timeout should be. I'm actually interested in this. So let's just build that. I want to see what this comes out, because if that can timeout comes back as false, then we're already in trouble. Sessions -1 shell. Bollocks, that's a problem. Alright, so we're going to have to just operate in our own way. So we're going to go like this. Let's go while, okay, so peak stream reader dot base stream dot peak. No. Returns the next available character but does not consume it. That's what I want to see. So stream reader dot peak, we want to know what the error case is. Stream reader peak. Shouldn't be this hard. An integer or -1 if there's no characters. Righto. So if stream reader dot peak does not equal -1. Okay, so if we have data to read, then what we want to do, we need a buffer, which is going to be a new byte of ushort.max value. We're going to go stream reader dot. So read block reads text, and we don't want that. Read reads an integer, which we don't want either. So we're going to go base stream. We're going to read. Buffer 0 buffer dot length bar bytes red equals okay, so here what we want to do is, this is pretty awful, but for now I'm just going to go thread.sleep and we're going to wait for like half a second. We're going to have to do some kind of polling, and because we don't actually have any means to get a notification that bytes are available on the underlying stream because something else is already using the sort of begin wait mechanism on our behalf. In fact, let's hope that that thing is not actually consuming this stuff for us. Otherwise, we could be back to square one. Which would be very bad. Okay. What happened there? Thread exited. Exception? That doesn't make sense. Something went very wrong. Oh, here we go. That just took ages to come back out. How many bytes did it read? 4 bytes. That's interesting. No. It's not really doing anything, is it? We will have a check in here to see if the process has been terminated, and we'll have try catch handlers and things like that in here. Let's quickly steal this bit of code. So we need the interactive bits as well, right? And the bytes red. Stream reader peak, use the internal buffer on read 0 bytes voice. Don't know. I don't know. I think part of the problem here is that we're fighting abstractions a little bit, which is a bit upsetting because I would have expected this whole thing to be pretty trivial. Okay, so geez, that read a bunch of stuff. What is in the buffer? New line, carriage return, new line. Why did that not work? Stream reader pick uses the internal buffer on top of it. Yeah, you're losing data this way. You can use only a stream reader or raw underlying stream. Yeah, I hear you. But here's the problem, right? Because we're only using the underlying stream here. But I don't want to read the block here. Reads a maximum. Let's change this for now, just to see. Instead of that, we'll go new char. We'll go read block. Buffer 0 buffer dot length. pretty upset about this, I'm not gonna lie. That didn't do anything. Did we even get here? Doesn't look like we did. Or that some kind of exception was thrown and the thread terminated. Oh, why are you doing this to me, .NET? It should be so much easier. So much easier than this. Okay, so it's blocking. Why is it blocking? Is it blocking until it gets that much information? Tries to fill your buffer. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Okay, so stream reader dot. I don't want to do a loop that way. That's crap. This is just getting worse. Worse and worse and worse. Seriously, it's not good. Oh, hang on. Why has that got out? Be good to actually have the right buffer. Anyway, see you, Rasta. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I think I really don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to. We're gonna do this buffer. And index is less than buffer.length. We're going to go buffer index plus plus equals stream reader dot read. Actually, I don't even need to do that, do I? Because that will, I mean, it does make it significantly easier. Yeah, we'll do that. So buffer now has to be an array of integers. And we keep doing that. And then we can do if index is greater than 0. So if we've read a character, then we end so we don't even need to do this. We can just go bar c equals, and if it's interactive, if this dot interactive, then we store it. Otherwise we ignore it, right? We don't want to send any packets unless it's interactive. We need to convert the array of integers to an array of bytes. Dispatch the packet and then basically set index back to 0. What a mess. Wonder if there's a nice way of going convert .NET convert array of int to array of byte. Convert an int array to a byte array. Where are we? Yeah, well, that's pretty filthy. All right, let's do it the other way. Let's make this just an actual array of bytes, and then when we store it, we can cast it from an int to a byte. Yeah. Gross, huh? Hey, see you later, Insolent. Thanks again for coming on, bro. This is pretty horrendous. I'm not proud of this code right now. That's assuming that this even works, right? Get rid of your breakpoints. I'm a little dubious. I feel like we're really doing gross stuff. Let's see if peak will ever be -1. Yeah, well, I think it will come back blocking, but we're about to find out. Okay, so 4D, but we're not interactive just yet. Isn't that interesting? This poses another interesting little problem. Ooh. Something happened. Did you see that? Stream. So that's -1. Why? I wonder if here we need to do this now. I don't think that's... I think this is going to cause problems for us, but I'm keen to see. Because I think that the existing abstraction is causing issues, like it's trampling on the stuff that we're doing. Yeah. Standard output has not been redirected. All the process hasn't started yet. Okay, so .NET process redirect standard output bytes. Capturing binary output. Here we go. Let's see what this does. Using BLI as the correct approach, you must not use any other property or method of standard output. For example, accessing standard output in the stream will cause stream reader for standard output to read part of the stream. Okay, so we can't use peak. Okay, so that's helpful. So I can't use peak. So I have to use, instead of stream reader then, I'm going to go standard output dot base stream, which gives us a stream. I'm going to force myself to only deal with a stream. Okay? Righto, so let's have a look. So read, set length, write timeout, read timeout. It would be interesting to see if there is like a timeout already set on the read, or whether it's just going to remain blocking. Returns -1 if at the end. length, which doesn't make sense here. Set length, right, read byte. Can read. Whenever it indicates whether the current string supports reading. Yep. Okay, so according to what we read here, process.start. Problem is the text stream and encoding, so it doesn't give me access to the raw bytes. It's almost focused to spam. Use the underlying stream. Binary. Ah. Interesting. When I run this, the first 23 bytes that I read are not the first 23 bytes in the output, rather somewhere several hundred thousand bytes downstream. I assume the stream readers does some buffering. By the way, current Wi-Fi SAM tools return. Okay, so is he using? Ah, that's his problem there. End of stream. Okay. Alternatively, if you don't know how big the data is, you can copy the entire stand output stream to a new file memory stream. Yeah. Gross. It's gross, isn't it? Whew. Memory stream. Yeah, right. So it would seem that wrapping things in a binary reader would be the way to go. Binary reader equals new binary reader stream. Okay, so binary reader dot does this so we need a using. So we can dispose of that kitty. Oh, have you got no sound? Can anyone? Oh, it's you? Sorry about that. Righto, so binary reader dot picture. So picture will return an int if it's not -1. Oops. So if we go binary reader dot reads count bytes. Read byte, read boolean, read chars, read int, read blah, read this, read that. We don't want that. Just read. Read byte. Okay. So we can't do anything else other than this. So it's pretty rough. I'm really not happy about having to do this. This was supposed to be made even more trivial by the likes of .NET. Binary reader peak. It's not going to do anything for me, is it? Wow. Okay, I wonder why that's the case. Why is it that we are not able to see anything at all? You can read, can't write. Can't seek, can't time out. Okay, so stream. An overridden drive pass clears all buffers of the stream and cause any buffer data to be written to the underlying device. No worries, Aaron. Thanks a lot, man. It's good to have you on. I'm going to head off soon myself. I just really want to figure out why this is doing what it's doing. Returns a -1 if at the end of the stream. So at this stage, like, thanks, dude. Let's not use that. Okay, let's do this. Stream.read byte. I wonder if that's just going to be blocking. While C doesn't. No, you need stream dot. Alright, so that's an integer. If that's not -1, cast it to a byte. I think this is going to be a blocking read. So local C. Index was outside the bounds. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, really? Ah, yeah, I've got to go and index is less than buffer dot length. Then we come out here, and if it's interactive, we flush it. Oh no, this is what we want to do. If index is greater than 0, if it's interactive. Otherwise, ditch the bytes. This is so filthy. Oh, hello. That's so good. Okay, so I'm going to set a breakpoint on this. There's something really interesting going on here. Right, so if we look at C, you can see it's 63. So if we went char C, it's a C. Still 63. Why is it still 63? Because read byte should be reading the next character, right? Stream read byte. Default implementation creates a new single byte array and then calls blah. While this is formally correct, it's inefficient. Any stream with an internal buffer should override this method and provide a much more efficient version. Does whatever. But it says it reads a byte from the stream and advances the position within the stream by 1 byte. Wow. Well, the thing is, like, there's information that comes straight away. Like when you run a command prompt, this is what you see. So I expect to see this. Yeah, I agree with that. But what I want you to look at here, if we go back up here, like, see this? We've got a bunch of characters in here. See, Microsoft. So looking back at this, Microsoft Windows version blah, all rights reserved, etc. So the first character that came out would have been an M, right? So hang on, let's go back here and terminate. And let's run again, because the first byte that's going to come out will be an M. Oh man, this music is just terrible. Let's go mix it up a bit. Sorry, shell. So the first character is an M. Right, let's just add a condition to this breakpoint. Condition expression C, oops. Whoa. File. I want to modify the condition of this breakpoint. I think my plugin might be killing me. Oof. Yeah, it's the plugin that's killing me. The Vim plugin is killing me. That's true. You're right. I forgot. Ah, thank you. That's what I'd forgotten. Alpha, you are correct. I had completely forgotten to do that. I'm such a noob. That's awesome. I had that in my head and go, right, I gotta read it, then check it, and then when I'm done with it, read it again. Thank you very much. Coding, man, it's hard, isn't it? I was literally sitting here going, what is going on? Okay, now we're back to the blocking of the read byte, yeah? I would assume. That's my guess. Can we view the threads? Debug. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're now at the point where we're blocking, yeah? So we need to find a way of not blocking. So let's have a quick look at buffer. There we go. It's reading it out now. Yeah. So if we did system.text.encoding.utf8.getString buffer. Yeah, and there it is. Yeah, so we're back kind of to where terminal, you know, just visualize blah blah blah, and knows nothing about characters where the particular output. Yeah, exactly that. What I effectively want is a timeout. That would be the ideal scenario. GDSDTF, thank you for the follow. Yeah, effectively what I want now is a timeout. That's exactly what I'm looking for, and that's obviously why behind the scenes the pipes that the standard process related bits and pieces are wrapping up don't do anything unless it's on a new line. It just sits there and waits for the new line character to come in. And the thing is, you can't really guess. You have to have a timeout of some kind. I don't know how we're going to simulate that, other than kind of having the equivalent of wait for multiple objects and having a timeout. So we had like a .NET. Let's go. Hang on a second. There's got to be some other way. In the process class. You'd think someone has had this problem before. All these examples are just trivial. They're all like just read to end. Thing is, read to end async basically says after waiting for process exit we'll get the results. Here we don't want that. Rally security, hello! Yeah, I'm staying up a little later than I should be because I'm battling this ridiculous API. It's infuriating me. Assuming it's undocumented, bam. Using base stream is the correct approach, but you also use any other clause. This is basically someone who's blogged as a result of what they found in, where is it? This person. Can this send someone? Wrote this. Or maybe they didn't, but they poached it. But yeah, this is a problem because we don't have the means to peek any information. How does SSH work, for example? It's hardware, terminal, matters, stored on transferring. Yeah, I honestly don't know either. But the thing is, like, if you look at how the underlying Win32 stuff works, you can actually attach pipes to the input and output, and then you can wait on the object that is effectively the pipe handle for data that's coming in. So there has to be some kind of signal, like behind the scenes, that would allow us to do that, right? So regardless of whether there's a terminal or not, yeah, I don't know. I assume that clearly, if we were doing this natively, it wouldn't be a problem. So I mean, it has been done natively in native Meterp, but because we're writing a .NET version of Meterpreter to do the same thing, we're kind of stuck in .NET land. I don't really want to go back down to native in order to simulate the exact same thing. We may as well just run a native Meterpreter then, and p-invoking this kind of stuff is going to be an absolute pain. So, yep. We do have a stream connected to the standard out of the process, exactly, we do. But something else is clearly mucking with it. So in doing what we're doing here, like, we're trying to sort of take responsibility off whatever it is that's going on with this, because this redirect standard output is clearly doing a bunch of wiring behind the scenes. I wonder if there's a way of getting hold of the standard output handle without actually catch. Let's go capture standard output without using redirect standard output. I don't think this is going to reveal anything without redirecting. Got this little function dealing with horrible blah. This works great. Oh, he's using F#. Nice. Standard. I suppose I don't want to hide the executions on hypothetical simplex functions. And we're done. It would be nice if I could refactor these function versions. Oh, okay, so he's not looking to do the same thing. Really don't want to do that. F#'s so terse, isn't it? It's so nice. I wonder if there is some way of, like, once the process has begun, is there a possibility of like wrapping? Oh no. There has to be something behind the scenes that wires the handles in. Let's have a squiz. Process output data received. Following event only seems to be run per line. So, okay. If you want asynchronous processing of standard out of the given processes per character basis, you can use the text reader read async method instead of the code to handle the output data received, and then just do something like this. Alternatively, you could just read a dedicated thread. Okay, so yeah, so here's the interesting thing, right? We basically want to buffer. We don't want to send a packet for every byte. Like, so we can. You know, let me just pull this up on stream. Sorry, I was looking at it on my host machine. So let's open this in Chrome. Oops. So looking at what Alpha has suggested. The first answer here is basically saying, like, behind the scenes, just keep reading async, which we can do. The problem that I've got, though, is that I don't want to see how they're just going console.write buffer. So that's fine if you're happy to deal on a character by character basis. But the problem that I've got is that I don't want to send data unless I absolutely have to. So if I wrap up a TLV packet around every single character, then the cost of that is massive. Instead, what I want to do is go, whatever data is currently available, I want to add it to a buffer. And then when there's no more data available, then I want to send that. So I can't remember if the await keyword is available in here, but what we can possibly do is if we have a binary reader or a text reader and we read async, then we would need to have it, add it to the buffer. The problem is detecting when there's a difference between breaching the end of the stream or not. So see here, this while await read async. So read async, we would need to go and look at the documentation for, but I would argue this will stop when the process stops. But we don't want to stop when the process stops. We want to stop and ship a packet out after a period of time has gone past. If that makes sense. So let's have a look, right? Let's go text reader, read async. First of all, we should make sure this is available in .NET 2. .NET Framework 3.5. It's not available, so we can't even use read async. .NET Core, .NET Framework 4, .NET Standard, it's not the same thing. So we can't use read async because it's not available in this version of .NET, which is important because we need it to work. Do you know the nature of redirected IO stream? I would assume it is a pipe. Well, actually, you know what? Let's quickly go back into debug mode and have a look at the innards of it. Let's see what it is. And then I might have to bar 15 minutes before midnight. I really should not go beyond midnight. Alright, so if we have a look, let's have a look here, right? So the stream is a file stream. That's interesting, isn't it, huh? So if we system.io.filestream stream. Yeah, okay, so can read, can't do any of these sort of things. We've got a handle. Is async is false. Position, read timeout, safe handle, write timeout. Yeah. So the thing is, we can possibly like wrap up a pipe around this file stream, but again, I don't know. Is async is false. Let's have a quick look at the docs for a file stream. System.io.filestream. Okay, so we've got is async. Come on. Gets a value that indicates whether the file stream was opened asynchronously or... Okay, so being opened or whatnot asynchronously really isn't the concern. Position's going to make it buff, obviously. See? Through an exception. Handle. Guess the operating system file handle for the file. So there you go. So that is going to be, without a doubt, something associated with a named pipe. So I wonder if we can like do our own. If we go .NET named pipe. How to use named pipes, pipe operations, named pipe service stream. I wonder if it'd be great if we could like just wrap up the handle somehow. Name pipe service stream, which we don't want. We want the name pipe client. I assume it's using a named pipe. Constructives. Ooh, what do we got here? Initializes a new instance of for the specified pipe handle with the specified pipe direction. Pipe and server names. String. What? This one looks interesting, doesn't it? Pipe direction is async, is connected. Oh, would you look at this? I wonder if... I wonder if we could do that. Wonder how we create one of these safe pipe handles. What's the difference between that? Ooh. Oh, that's a buffer size. That's a bummer. Maybe we should do something particularly nasty with this. Dot handle. Alright, let's get filthy. So I don't think this is going to get any better anyway. Using var pipe equals new named pipe client. Is that what it was? Client stream. I assume this thing's disposable. Pipe stream. Yeah, it's disposable. Okay, so we need to give it pipe direction dot specifies pipe direction. So this is going to be out. Initialize, then what is this? True to indicate that the handle was opened asynchronously. Nope, it was not. Although we can do this. Equals file stream. We can cast the stream to that, and we can go file stream is async. Is connected. True. Now, how do we create a safe pipe handle? New safe pipe handle. Pre-existing handle. File stream dot handle. True to reliably release the handle during the finalization. False to prevent reliable release. Well, it's not really our responsibility, is it? And handle is an int pointer. Oh, it's deprecated. That's okay, we can deal with that. Oh boy, what are we doing? What are we doing? Pipe dot. That's just gross, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know what this is going to be like. But I assume begin read. Is that just going to result in us going to the same? Is there a peak? There's a seek, a read, reads a block of bytes. Is there a wait? Wait for pipe drain. Waits for the other end of the pipe to read all sent bytes. So we're not writing, so I don't think that's going to be helpful. Determines how long the stream will attempt to read before timing out. Okay, so if we can do this, and then instead of pipe, we can set this to stream. Then maybe we can go stream.read. Reads a block. Okay, so let's go buffer 0 buffer dot length, and then we've got var bytes read equals. Alright, let's just have a squiz at what this is going to look like, because to be honest, it's pretty gross. This property is deprecated. Please use file stream safe file. Oh! What? What? File stream dot safe file handle gets a safe file handle. Dangerous get handle. Returns the value. Okay, so if we go file stream dot safe file handle dot dangerous get handle, that'll get rid of the deprecation error and make it very clear that we're doing something dangerous. Because it's not the same type. So the handle here that we're supposed to give it is a safe pipe handle. And the pipe handle takes an int pointer. So we've got to get the int pointer out and put the int pointer back in. I mean, we could be doing something really bad here. So in fact, I'm pretty sure we are. Timeouts are not supported. No! Which isn't surprising. Let's see what this does. Yeah, man, it's terrible, isn't it? Like, you would think there would have to be a way of saying, if you've got some kind of means to tap into the standard out handle, like, just send me the data as it comes in and give me the opportunity to say, I'm waiting. And give me a timeout if it doesn't, and then I will, if it doesn't give me any data, and I will do whatever I like with it. But this is messy. Stream does not support reading. That's upsetting. Is that because... Yeah, I don't want to p invoke. Look, if I'm going to go down the p invoke path, I'm literally going to take the native implementation of this and do that. But yeah, I just... it's just so... Why is it this bad? File stream peak. I just wish that this abstraction for kind of wiring in the standard error, standard out, standard in handle things wasn't like forcibly wrapped up in some other wiring. I want to be able to say, yeah, I do want to hijack standard out, but I don't want you to wrap it in your shenanigans. Yeah, you know, it's really, really frustrating. Like, I've worked with the native Meterpreter for yonks now, and it's what I love about that, even though in many ways this is horrible, is that pretty much everything can be converted into a handle that can be waited on. So you can wait for multiple objects, and you can be waiting on a named pipe, a file handle, a socket, and some other event, and a mutex, all at the same time if you want. And whichever one of those fires results in the thread no longer blocking, and then you can say, right, which one of those things fired, and then go and handle that stuff appropriately. But because of the way this has been implemented, there's no way of actually taking what appears to be a handle and waiting on it until there's data. What kind of doesn't make sense to me is why this thing is a file handle in the first place. You know, I mean, it's a file. Why is that a file stream? Why would that be a file stream? That just seems silly. Well, there's, yeah, again, we've got this idea of a named pipe client stream. Why wouldn't it be that, if that's what it is behind the scenes? If it was mapped, like how would you take a file, unless there's some bastardized implementation of like a file mapping over the top of this standard out handle. Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, you can at least peek, or you should be able to peek a byte and have it non-blocking. But the thing is, the notion of being at the end of the stream in a file is not the same as the notion of being at the end of a stream in the context that we want. Like, we want all the information that's available on the stream, and then if we don't get any for a period of time, we want to send that. Yeah. This is really, really painful. Yeah, that's right. But again, if this is support, if we can do the same thing natively, why are we tied to this? And not just that, like clearly it's assuming that standard out is, I mean, it gives everything as strings. You get a string to standard out, whereas standard out's not always got strings in it. It does seem like a really bad abstraction. Yeah. Okay, so it is midnight, and my plan was to finish at 10 o'clock to try and keep these streams to 2 hours, because they can be particularly tough to consume when they go for this long, particularly when we're bashing our heads against stuff like this. So I am respectfully going to, I think, call it a halt there. Thanks to everyone playing along and helping me out and offering advice and links and suggestions and feeling the pain with me. It's been real, but a little bit frustrating. I was kind of hoping that we would be able to get that process handle stuff done nicely, and I'm going to have to rethink the strategy for that. But yeah, look, really appreciate everyone being on stream and having a bit of fun with me, and yeah, there's a couple of new faces, which is nice to see. But yeah, on that note, I am going to call it quits. I'm going to go to bed pretty much straight away because I am pretty tired and I got a full day of work tomorrow. But yep, much love, all the best. Thanks to everybody again, and in the meantime, as always, be good to each other.